mouse. Hold on, let's redo it. Let me do it fully. Hope it turned yellow. Because if it doesn't turn yellow, I'll see it. You don't have to show my shoes. It's fine. But these are for the same length. Okay. It's close. Yes, please. All right. Thank you.
Help drive sales, leads, or site traffic by getting your business.
Check, check, check. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, they're coming. Sparrow, they're coming.
All right, we got you, boss.
Crowd control, they're coming. Crowd control.
Hello, thank you. A very good afternoon, Your Excellencies. Please, sir. Honorable sir, Representative, sir, please come out of the sun, sir. Thank you so much. Madam, thank you very much and welcome to the Ecowas Pavilion. On behalf of the Commissioner for Economic Affairs and Agriculture, representing the President of the Ecowas Commission, we are here to display the unity of West African countries, and we're very pleased to partner with LCCI at this Lagos International Trade Fair. So we'd like you to do the honor, sir, please, to take the scissors and cut this as a demonstration of our strength, our unity, and our joint prosperity, sir. And then we'd like you to have a small tour of the pavilion. Thank you, sir.
To be of God and to the continuous growth and expansion of the Lagos International Trade Fair and for the continuous unity of the Ecowas sub-region and its growth and economic prosperity. I call this 7th day, November 2025.
Thank you, sir. We'll take you to a 2-minute tour of the pavilion. Please let everybody please be safe. Be safe. Thank you very much. Yes, hold on. Hold on.
Let's do an eye.
Okay. Left, right. I'm going this way.
Can you just move me?
Everybody. Thank you. So we welcome you inside the Ecowas Pavilion, where we have our digital registration being set up, first of all, to make sure we can keep track of all the distinguished visitors that come across this site. So we are here with our partners, Brevity Anderson, who have provided us this installation. And we'll take a quick walk through, sir, demonstrating some of the textiles, the fabrics of West Africa. And we have a particular fashion exhibition that will also be taking place tomorrow, where we'll have some fashion models wearing West African material. As we continue, sir, on our right-hand side, we have one of our sponsors sponsoring our media and fashion show, Ja Multi Industries. So we thank them for their support and contribution, a leading Gambian company in the oil sector. And as we continue this way, everybody keep moving back. Media, please keep going back. Please keep going back. Media, go back. Thank you. We walk into the space, sir, where we will have for the first 2 days high-level panel sessions featuring issues of regional integration and trade and other issues. We want to lead you to the front, sir, and give to you a gift officially, and the Commission will hand over the gift to you, sir, on behalf of the Ecowas Commission. And I'll yield the floor to the moderator very quickly. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. Thank you very much for gracing us with your presence here at the Ecowas Pavilion as we celebrate and commemorate 50 years of our regions working together. May we please ask that you join us on the stage for a group picture and a gift presentation. and to mention that there'll be thematic sessions right after lunch. We'll be having conversations about issues that concern our regions, from regional integration, MSME collaboration. I would like to ask that right after lunch, we please make our way into the hall.
Okay, we will stop taking pictures now. I think we have enough pictures, and we'll hand over very quickly no more pictures. Thank you very much. For the men, hold on to this for a second. Honorable Commissioner, please can you hand over to the Honorable Minister, and we'll explain to this. We are handing over, sir, not just any diary, but all the material is produced, is sourced from West Africa. We have many events whereby we will bring in goods from outside of Africa, which is normal at times, but we believe to promote ethically sourced material. So this is made from the region, and we'll present this to you on behalf of the President of the Ecowas Commission through the Economic Affairs and Agricultural Commissioner, sir. The woman, the female one.
So, sir, on behalf of the President of the Commission, Ecowas Commission, you may receive this modest, I should say, modest item made by people of our region. Made by the people of our region.
Thank you, sir. And not to certainly leave out our ladies, we also have fabrics made from within the region. So once again, Honorable Commissioner, if you can hand it over to the representative of the Governor of Lagos State. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, my host city. This is my host country is the minister, but my host city. Don't forget, ECOWAS is here first before Abuja. So, Madam, you may receive this.
Thank you very much.
On behalf of ECOWAS, the President of ECOWAS Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. We would like to ask that even as you go to lunch, please bear in mind that we have our thematic sessions right after the lunch. So I'd like to welcome you back into the hall as we have conversations about regional integration and matters that affect all our regions. Thank you very much once again for visiting the ECOWAS Pavilion, and we look forward to hosting you right after lunch. Thank you.
Commissioner Silla, please come.
For 5 decades, ECOWAS has been the bridge connecting nations, empowering businesses, and building a united West Africa through trade and investment. As we celebrate 50 years of regional integration, ECOWAS invites you to explore its legacy at the 39th edition of the Lagos International Trade Fair. Venue, ECOWAS Pavilion, Tafawa Balewa Square, Lagos, Nigeria. Date, November 7th to 16th, 2025. This is more than an exhibition. It's a platform for collaboration, innovation, and opportunity, where business meets policy and vision meets partnership. Join and be part of shaping the next 50
turn down
years
the other
of West
audio
African
as we
prosperity.
exit.
ECOWAS. 50
As we
years of
exit,
facilitating
Honorable
trade
Minister,
and investment, and
as
the
we
journey
exit.
continues.
Yes, sir. Ocean? So as we exit, we are in a section where we have some more of our fashion houses, and we have our partners, the International Trade Center, who are here to exhibit a demonstration, and I'll give them the floor to make a 30-minute presentation. 30 seconds. Go again.
Hello, everyone. Ethical Fashion Initiative is working with artisans, mostly women, cotton growers, and also designers. So we are training, getting machinery, and getting ready for international and regional trade. Thank you.
Be careful of your hands, sir. So you can see sourced locally, produced locally, all within West Africa, sir. And this is an intervention from the International Trade Center. And on your right-hand side, some more of our fashion design houses from Benin, from Senegal, from the Gambia that have been here to join with us. So, and the ambassador of Gambia representing all of them, sir. And from Ghana as well. Thank you, sir. So thank you, honorable, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for coming to the ECOWAS Pavilion. As the MC said earlier on, we have our high-level sessions continuing after lunch, so we would invite you to come back for the high-level sessions and also for a fashion show on day 2. Yes, all the sessions will be here at the Ecowas Pavilion. Thank you very much, sirs.
And just to mention that our fashion stylists behind the scenes here, of course, you can see them when you walk into the pavilion. A number of them have started to take orders. Please feel free to interact with them, get nice pieces for yourself. It's ethically sourced fabrics that are used for this. I will look forward to seeing you in these gorgeous pieces. I'll be wearing one of them tomorrow as we have the fashion show. But please, right after lunch, we have our thematic sessions, and we look forward to hosting you here. Thank you.
For 5 decades, Ecowas has been the bridge connecting nations, empowering businesses, and building a united West Africa through trade and investment. As we celebrate 50 years of regional integration, Ecowas invites you to explore its legacy at the 39th edition of the Lagos International Trade Fair. Venue, Ecowas Pavilion, Tafawa Balewa Square, Lagos, Nigeria. Date, November 7th to 16th, 2025. This is more than an exhibition. It's a platform for collaboration, innovation, and opportunity, where business meets policy and vision meets partnership. Join and be part of shaping the next 50 years of West African prosperity. Ecowas, 50 years of facilitating trade and investment, and the journey continues. For 5 decades, Ecowas has been the bridge connecting nations, empowering businesses, and building a united West Africa through trade and investment. As we celebrate 50 years of regional integration, Ecowas invites you to explore its legacy at the 39th edition of the Lagos International Trade Fair. Venue, Ecowas Pavilion, Tafawa Balewa Square, Lagos, Nigeria. Date, November 7th to 16th, 2025. This is more than an exhibition. It's a platform for collaboration, innovation, and opportunity, where business meets policy and vision meets partnership. Join and be part of shaping the next 50 years of West African prosperity. Ecowas, 50 years of facilitating trade and investment, and the journey continues. For 5 decades, Ecowas has been the bridge connecting nations, empowering businesses, and building a united West Africa through trade and investment. As we celebrate 50 years of regional integration, Ecowas invites you to explore its legacy at the 39th edition of the Lagos International Trade Fair. Venue, Ecowas Pavilion, Tafawa Balewa Square, Lagos, Nigeria. Date, November 7th to 16th, 2025. This is more than an exhibition. It's a platform for collaboration, innovation, and opportunity, where business meets policy and vision meets partnership. Join and be part of shaping the next 50 years of West African prosperity. Ecowas, 50 years of facilitating trade and investment, and the journey continues. For 5 decades, Ecowas has been the bridge connecting nations, empowering businesses, and building a united West Africa through trade and investment. As we celebrate 50 years of regional integration, Ecowas invites you to explore its legacy at the 39th edition of the Lagos International Trade Fair. Venue, Ecowas Pavilion, Tafawa Balewa Square, Lagos, Nigeria. Date, November 7th to 16th, 2025. This is more than an exhibition. It's a platform for collaboration, innovation, and opportunity, where business meets policy and vision meets partnership. Join and be part of shaping the next 50 years of West African prosperity. Ecowas, 50 years of facilitating trade and investment, and the journey continues. For 5 decades, Ecowas has been the bridge connecting nations, empowering businesses, and building a united West Africa through trade and investment. As we celebrate 50 years of regional integration, Ecowas invites you to explore its legacy at the 39th edition of the Lagos International Trade Fair. Venue, Ecowas Pavilion, Tafawa Balewa Square, Lagos, Nigeria. Date, November 7th to 16th, 2025. This is more than an exhibition. It's a platform for collaboration, innovation, and opportunity, where business meets policy and vision meets partnership. Join and be part of shaping the next 50 years of West African prosperity. Ecowas, 50 years of facilitating trade and investment, and the journey continues. For 5 decades, Ecowas has been the bridge connecting nations, empowering businesses, and building a united West Africa through trade and investment. As we celebrate 50 years of regional integration, Ecowas invites you to explore its legacy at the 39th edition of the Lagos International Trade Fair. Venue, Ecowas Pavilion, Tafawa Balewa Square, Lagos, Nigeria. Date, November 7th to 16th, 2025. This is more than an exhibition. It's a platform for collaboration, innovation, and opportunity, where business meets policy and vision meets partnership. Join and be part of shaping the next 50 years of West African prosperity. Ecowas, 50 years of facilitating trade and investment, and the journey continues. For 5 decades, Ecowas has been the bridge connecting nations, empowering businesses, and building a united West Africa through trade and investment. As we celebrate 50 years of regional integration, Ecowas invites you to explore its legacy at the 39th edition of the Lagos International Trade Fair. Venue, Ecowas Pavilion, Tafawa Balewa Square, Lagos, Nigeria. Date, November 7th to 16th, 2025. This is more than an exhibition. It's a platform for collaboration, innovation, and opportunity, where business meets policy and vision meets partnership. Join and be part of shaping the next 50 years of West African prosperity. Ecowas, 50 years of facilitating trade and investment, and the journey continues.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have a quick announcement. We'd like to please ask that our VIPs, our registered delegates, please make your way to the banquet hall for lunch. And after that, you'll come back for us to start our first thematic session. So please make your way to the banquet hall for lunch. Thank you. Thank you very much. Once again, to remind for those who were not here when I made the announcement, to our VIPs, our delegates, our registered delegates, please make your way to the banquet hall for lunch. And if you can please get back as soon as possible. If you can please get here by 2:30 p.m., we would really appreciate that. Thank you. Distinguished guests, thank you for coming back here to be a part of the conversations that will begin shortly. I hope that you enjoyed lunch. In the next few minutes, we'll be starting with our first thematic session. So please be seated. And if we have colleagues who are maybe yet to be here, we'll appreciate if you're able to help us prompt them. But we will be starting shortly. Thank you very much for your patience, and see you in a moment. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. Before we proceed, I know that a number of us need the headphones. Please, we have headphones for translations. We have English, please, we have English and French. So if you'd like to have the English translation, press 1. For French, press 2. All right. Good evening, distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Captains of Industry, private sector leaders, development partners, members of the diplomatic corps, and friends of Ecowas and LCCI gathered here. There's a moment in our history worth remembering today, the 28th day of May 1975. On that day, Western leaders gathered right here in Lagos, and they signed the Treaty of Lagos. They all agreed that we're stronger together, our regions, our countries are stronger together than apart. Different languages, different cultures, different histories, yet one strong conviction. And that bold move has paved the way for where we are today. The region that our leaders envisioned and imagined has now grown into a community where collectively we have over $700 billion in our GDP. We have a thriving, one of the youngest and the most enterprising populations on earth, a very resilient and creative private sector. And all these are the engine on which the ECOWAS Trade and Investment Forum and exhibition are built upon. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great joy to welcome you to the ECOWAS Trade and Investment Forum 2025. Our leaders imagined an ECOWAS of states, but together, you and I are building an ECOWAS of the people. Our conversation for the next 2 days will touch on issues that affect our region: regional integration, empowerment of MSMEs, public-private collaboration, the creative sector, and more. And my role here is simple: to serve as your master of ceremonies, guiding us smoothly from one session to another. Bonjour et bienvenue. Je m'appelle Olive Emordi. Je suis journaliste et avocate. Je travaille New Central Television au Nigeria. My name is Olive Emordi. I'm a TV host with New Central Television. I'm a lawyer, and I'm a compere very excited to be here with you today. Without further ado, let's get into the heart of our conversation by officially welcoming the first panel session. Now, these will be focused on regional integration, and we're looking for how to make trade smooth and fluid within our region. But before then, because we know that it's been quite a long day, I can see that a number of us have had lunch, but I want to see smiling faces in the audience. So is it okay if I ask you to please, on behalf of ECOWAS, welcome the person sitting beside you? Thank you. Thank you very much for being so warm and cooperative. I love to see the smiles that I can now see in the audience. Now let's get into the first conversation of today. We'll be looking at regional integration and trade facilitation as a key boost for our economy. And I'll welcome our panelists. May I please ask that as the panelists come to stage, we all take the seats and our moderator takes the very first seat. So please join me as I welcome the very first panelist joining us today. He's the Minister of Trade and Industry of the Republic of Sierra Leone, leading the nation's agenda for trade, expansion, industrial development, and private sector growth. A round of applause as we welcome Alpha Ibrahim Sese to please join us. Thank you very much, sir. Please take your seat. Thank you, Honorable Minister. And joining us on the stage is the former UN Special Representative for West Africa and the Sahel, you know us, the current chair of the Ecowas Trade Liberalization Scheme, ETLS Task Force. Please, a warm welcome for His Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And our next panelist is the ECOWAS Commissioner for Economic Affairs and Agriculture with over 27 years of experience in economic policy, trade, and regional development. Please, a round of applause as I welcome Dr. Kalilu Sila. Thank you very much. And joining this extraordinary panel is the High Commissioner Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary Permanent Representative to ECOWAS. Please join me as I welcome Muhammadu Musa Nje to please join us on stage. And because you're here in Nigeria, I will use a phrase that's very popular here. We say, last but certainly not the least. To moderate this panel session is the Director for Trade at the ECOWAS Commission and a development economist with over 25 years of experience in international trade, private sector development, and economic management. He's already on the stage. Please, a round of applause for Kolawole Shofola as he moderates this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, Your Excellencies, ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, on behalf of my commissioner and on behalf of the ECOWAS Commission, we do welcome you to the ECOWAS Pavilion, once again for the ECOWAS Trade and Investment Forum and Exhibition. This is our first high-level panel, and we're extremely honored to have with us these eminent personalities to do justice to the topic of regional integration and trade. ECOWAS is at a critical point in its history, celebrating 50 years of achievements, of uniting its people, on promoting trade and investment. There have been significant gains over the past 50 years, and ECOWAS stands as a leading regional economic community. However, we also know that there is much more that we can do. In terms of intra-regional trade, our figures, albeit the official recorded figures that does not include a high volume of informal trade, is far below that of other regional economic communities, especially those in the European Union and in Asia as well. So there is work to be done. As we celebrate ECOWAS at 50, we also have to look and chart a way forward on how can we further unite and strengthen our partnership and bonds. To do justice to the session, they have already been introduced, eminent personalities, and we thank ministers, His Excellency, the Commissioner for joining us on this panel. And we'll have a few questions for them, and at the end, we'll give you an opportunity as well to ask one or two questions to these eminent personalities. So, if you'd not mind me, I will I'll start with the Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry from Sierra Leone. to ask that we know that Sierra Leone currently chairs the community of ECOWAS member states. And in terms of its development, there have been some significant developments. Even recently, I understand, under the framework of the African Continental Free Trade Area, you were one of the first to do many first steps, such as your assessment. So, my question to you is the first question. As the Republic of Sierra Leone, and as you have completed the first readiness assessment of the African Continental Free Trade Area, can you briefly talk about the main findings in this report and what are the next steps? We all know that the AFCFTA will bring together the continent of over 1.4 billion people with over 3.5 trillion US dollars, but as Sierra Leone, and from the report of your readiness assessment, what are your main findings and what are the next steps? Honorable Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Hi. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Can we have some technical assistance, please? So let's try it one more time. If not, we'll turn that off and we'll use the roaming mic.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Moderator, colleague panelists, distinguished guests, good afternoon. Firstly, let me thank the Commission for celebrating, is it 20 years?
50 years.
50 years of ECOWAS, and for also creating an opportunity to discuss some of the achievement challenges and what could work. Let me go back to Sierra Leone. We all know the drive for regional integration and the advantages that comes with it. And Sierra Leone was one of the first signatories to the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, and simply because we strongly believe that the best way to create wealth, the best way to create jobs is regional integration. We have to support that. So, and again, the advantage, look at it this way. The continent in itself has a population of 1.4 billion. If you take advantage of your own comparative advantage, it means you have a market where you can sell your goods and services. That has its own unique challenges. So, as part of our commitment to the process, and in a bid to make sure we are able to take advantage of our comparative advantage, we did a readiness assessment. And it provides an opportunity to be able to identify what our strengths are, and also what our weaknesses are, and how this could be resolved. As a country, firstly, the report was able to identify some of our key strengths. One of them is when it comes to sanitary and phytosanitary standards. As all of us are aware, these are some of them are major requirements when it comes to meeting minimum international standards. You need to have them. So generally, as a country, we are fully aligned with regional and global standards on that one. We scored high, and that gives us a lot of confidence if we want to export and if we want to import within the region. Another key one we did very well on is on trade facilitation. In all of this, you need to have the structures. You need to have the support to be able to facilitate trade in country and outside your country. So through that, we are able to set up different systems. For example, we have the Asikuda in our ports to facilitate trade, and we are closely working to make sure we have a single window that provides a platform where you can sit from anywhere, you clear your goods with little hindrance and little red tape. Another key area we have a major strength is on the transiting of goods and services, of goods in particular, because of our unique location, we have one of the deepest seaports in West Africa, in Africa, in fact. So we have access to a lot of goods. So importers from Liberia and from Guinea many times are able to pass their goods through Sierra Leone. So we provide good transit facilities and good transit opportunities. These are key areas we have a lot of strengths, but there are other areas that are extremely challenging. Again, we expect the AFCFTA to help us to move forward, and possibly the ECOWAS itself. One of them deals with the rules of origin. it's pretty difficult. We need a lot of support on that in terms of we need technical support, and we also need to set up the committee. Once we set the committee, then we'll try to gazette, then we'll see how we can handle that. Another difficult area relates to the non-tariff barriers. Yes. I mean, this, again, for me, it goes beyond Sierra Leone. This is a regional challenge. I mean, we've set up our committee, the technical committee that's supposed to work around it, and we've asked for technical training around that because we've trained most of our staff. But sometimes because the policies, non-trade barrier policies across the region are not aligned, so it becomes difficult to move goods from one country to another. And if even they are aligned, but one of the things we'd like to emphasize on is to make sure that we have the right staff, especially the key institutions that have to deal with it. It ranges from commercial banks to ports, operations, to customs, to, all the key players. All of them have to be on the same page. All of them have to understand the rules of engagement to be equitable, and it has, as I said, all of them have to be aligned. And finally, another key challenge, another area we've not been able to properly address is the one relating to some of the tariffs, especially emerging tariffs. When it comes to the provision of services, especially those areas relating to e-commerce, that has been a critical challenge for us. And we don't even have the infrastructure. So generally, the report was a fair assessment of what our strengths are and how we can improve on those to be able to fully participate in the African Continental Free Trade Area. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
No, thank you for those very lucid responses. Indeed, the assessment has offered Sierra Leone an opportunity to review its strengths, what it can build on, and also identify its challenges to see how it can really transform what is an agreement that brings the continent together on trade issues beyond a paper into action. You've mentioned areas including trade facilitation and having the strength of allowing transit to move across your borders. Very key, especially in a global world where we are discussing value chains. No product is usually produced from start to end in a single country. It needs to be moved along that value chain, and for that to happen, we need to have goods to move freely across our borders. And you've highlighted strong institutions, especially the border agencies. So I think some of these issues will be picked up by our next speaker, who I believe little of us need to have an introduction to. He is the current chair of the Ecowas Trade Liberalization Scheme Task Force. Previous prominent positions include a special representative of the UN Secretary General for West Africa and the Sahel, and of course, the president of the ECOWAS Commission, and before that, the executive secretary of the ECOWAS Commission, and under whose tenure I first joined about 18, 19 years ago. So we welcome as well Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers. And the question for you, sir, in particular, we've talked about the issue of non-tariff barriers. As a region, we have eliminated duties across our products, but there are still these issues to do with non-tariff barriers. In terms of the ETLS and more globally ECOWAS, what do you believe are the main instruments that drive regional integration for the previous decades? What has really been driving this? And we know from your history, you've had a very good overview of this. And what do you believe are the challenges for full implementation by member states? And I'll also ask you to tell us a little bit about the task force as well. How does it work with the private sector, civil society, to monitor border compliance with ECOWAS protocols on the free movement of people and goods? A lot in that, sir, so in any order you wish, please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. And let me say I'm very pleased to be invited to participate in today's Trade and Investment Forum. and to be able to meet again Commissioner and many staff from Ecowas, but also Honorable Minister from Salone and ambassadors and other dignitaries gathered here. So context is always important. And in that regard, I think it's opportune that we are in Lagos, where it all started. I recall that in May, we were reconvened here at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, where the Treaty of Ecowas was signed 50 years ago. As we'll be reminded, precisely on the 28th of May, 1975. And the principal objective of the Ecowas Treaty was to create a common economic market, a free trade area, and secondly, to create opportunities for West African citizens and peoples to prosper. So the emphasis was, how can we trade more among ourselves, create a common trading area? How can we use trade as a vehicle for development to create wealth and opportunity for West African peoples? Of course, we know the history of ECOWAS, the story, and how subsequently we have diverted and concentrated on a number of other issues, such as political governance, defense, security, etc. But the raison d'etre of the organization was what we are gathered here talking about today. Free trade, creating a common market, so that means market integration, and also focusing on how do we grow the economies of West Africa using trade. And a few years after, the ETLS was the principal instrument that was set up by the organization, established by the organization, to ensure that we could indeed boost trading among ourselves. Regrettably, all this time, the numbers have not been that high. And I'll give you an example. For instance, when I was put on the ETLS task force, and we went for the swearing ceremony, and I was with then President Commission, ECOWAS Commission President at the time, Jean-Claude. I asked him, I said, so what are the statistics now of intra-regional trade? And he told me, it's autour de 12-15%. My response was, ah bon? Because I had been gone for some time, and I know those were the figures I used to, the statisticians used to provide me. So if a decade and a half later, we're still around those figures, which incidentally is, when you talk even continent-wide, it's around that, intra-African trade. If after Secretary General were here, you would say, it's about 12 to 15% continent-wide. So that, frankly, leaves much to be desired. And I believe that is why a task force was put in place to have a mandate of trying to deal with the different impediments that are still in the way of trade. The current task force is only the second. The first task force having been led by former president of Niger, General Salou Djibo. And we have tried to focus on specific issues that come up, for instance, along the corridors. So at the time we took over, there was a particular challenge around the Abidjan-Lagos corridor, where movement, particularly of goods, was blocked. And we had specific challenges regarding countries where certain fines and duties and other taxes were being imposed even on goods that had been certified. They had met the criteria of certificates of origin from originating countries. So our task force took up this particular issue. Indeed, we were mandated by the summit to delve into it and to see what we could do. So in terms of challenges, that definitely is one of the challenges that continues to come up. Non-recognition of certificates of origins by member states. Whereas the rules are so clear, and some countries even more or less have their own certificates of origin. And then we need to have countries, member states, comply with the criteria defined by the various instruments defining certificates of instrument. In the particular case of the incident that blocked trade, indeed, as a result of our activities, I think we were able to convene meetings, including up to ministerial level, to address these issues. And I think a lot of improvement has occurred since then. The other issues will be, as I mentioned, payment of customs duties on products approved by ATLS, non-mutual recognition of certificates, as I've just mentioned, refusal to grant tariff preferences to community goods, even when they have met the content, the local content criteria that is established. Quantitative restrictions and export bans on agricultural products by some member states. It is not unusual for member states to just say, we ban such and such agricultural products. Whereas Ecowas protocols do not allow for such bans, but they continue to happen. I have an anecdote I can share here. I was attending a meeting in a member state, and then while I was in the meeting, somebody dropped me a note, said, oh, there are some market women who want to see you. I said, market women? He said, yes, they want to see you. I guess they had seen me on TV the day before, and they came to the meeting where I was, and the issue was that they had come from a neighboring country. They had bought corn, in that case it was corn, and they were going back to their home country, and they had been stuck at the frontier for about a week. So you can imagine the loss to this man. You've rented a vehicle, it was probably a day or two journey. Now, a week you are stuck there with products that you... Long story, I intervened with the Minister of Trade, Minister of Agriculture. They explained that, there had been a ban on it, and we had to go through the whole rigmarole of, but I'm sorry, Ecowas protocols don't allow that to happen. I think on an exceptional basis, they allow these women to go back with their produce. But you can imagine perhaps if I wasn't around, they could have been stuck there for weeks on end. And it continues to happen in our region. I think these are things that we should address. Because if we take that particular example, if we allow for free movement, yes, we may be concerned about inflation, etc., but if the prices that are high can really go down to the producers, to benefit them. That would be higher income for our farmers who constitute the majority of our West African population up to today. So I think these are issues that we need to take up and try to ensure that we truly have free movement. Most of these traders are women, and often it becomes too burdensome, and we need to address these issues and allow for free movement. There are the usual harassments by security agencies, etc. Too many agencies, multiplicity of agencies. I mean, sometimes you and I, being officials, we're driving around any of our corridors, may not notice them, but they are there. You know, they are there. It can be as many as 4 or 5 agencies around our roads. We should address them. Those regions where, and let me just be specific, in the EU, where they are trading among themselves up to 60%, it's not for nothing. You can take your car from Brussels, I used to do that when I lived there, and drive to Paris and don't even know you've crossed the country. Drive to Frankfurt and don't even know you've. That's what we need to aim for. And it's not too ambitious to say that if the last 50 years we haven't reached there, please let us endeavor in the next 20, 25 years to arrive at a point where one can take their vehicle from Lagos, drive to Abidjan, which is only 1,200 kilometers. 1,200 kilometers. Most places should do that in a day. You know, so let us really challenge ourselves to create free movement of persons, goods, and services in our sub-region, because that will reflect in increased economic growth and also in more prosperity for our people, certainly to help us to fight poverty in our region. Let me end this round by just reminding us of something President Tinubu said in his speech, read on his behalf by the Minister of State Trade. He reminds us that the world economy is recalibrating and supply chains are being reimagined. Please let us reimagine supply chains within our region. Let us invest more in production. Let us take advantage of the huge population that we have, increase trade, because that will boost economic growth, and that economic growth will reflect in the standard and quality of living of our population. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that robust response, Dr. Mohamed Ibn Chambers. Indeed, we need to reimagine. We are in a new world order. Global disruptions have seen it necessary for us to build resilience, and part of that building of resilience is promoting trade within West Africa and also within the entire continent. It is concerning to hear that, indeed, over 10 years ago when you were here, and then today, we still talk about the same level of intra-regional trade. Indeed, the figure of 12 to 15% has been banded even as far as my time with working with community institutions. So how do we really deal with that low-level trade figures? How do we remove these obstacles to trade? How do we put more emphasis on the raison d'etre for ECOWAS? As you said, we do focus on political issues, stability, because indeed we need that environment, but we were established as an economic community, and the people are calling for economic benefits from this community. It was good that you were in that position to see how a trader could come to you and help address a barrier, but it is not in all instances that that can happen. And we know there are many stories of traders, and I'm sure within the crowd here, there are many stories of entrepreneurs who face these challenges on a daily basis without recourse to somebody who can help address it. So we are very, very happy for the work that the ETLS task force does in advocating at the highest level and resolving some of these challenges. Allow me now to change gears and move towards the commission itself now. We're pleased to have a new commissioner for economic affairs and agriculture, and I would like to ask Dr. Kalilu Sila, especially bearing in mind that based on his background of over 27 years of experience in economic policy, trade and regional development, holding positions including that as the Director General of Foreign Trade, working on issues of the WTO, on the Economic Partnership Agreement between West Africa and the Economic Union, the European Union, and even working with key farmer organizations. We know a lot of your focus in your history has been promoting the people at the grassroots level to really benefit from regional economic integration. I don't want to ask a question that is very technical. I just want to have an open and frank discussion. Based on your experience, what do you think ECOWAS needs to do under your leadership as Economic Affairs and Agriculture? How can we move this needle from 12 to 15% into significant figures? So what should our areas of focus be, sir?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, my colleague Kola. Thank you very much. My pleasure to be here and to exchange with the private sector community, the stakeholder decision makers on the issue of how we need to move forward in terms of regional integration and to deepen the market, regional market. I think the first thing is the political will have changed. Is the private sector people, we have a will now. It's not the politician. It's finished. If they want to move forward, we will move forward. You know, one experience I can share with people is sometimes the private sector will come to the office to ask to close the door, to close the borders, because they don't want to compete. That's what I see in my own experience at DG of Trade, but I share also with the same experience with DG of Trade of Nigeria, Ghana, and so on and so forth. So the key should be the private sector also. It's true, we do have an issue to deal with some obstacle in the ECOWAS side to deepen trade and to make reforms in the country and the regional level. One of the reform we don't tackle seriously is how we work with women at trans-borders, the youth, to involve youth on the regional trade, and also how we work together to digitalize all the process and dispute on the trade side, because sometimes people are at the borders, there is a dispute, there is a problem with custom, but you don't know where to go. So the dispute at the borders, you need also to deal with this one, to handle this one. But I will, as Ambassador Nuru is here, I will pass him a message, very serious one. Nigeria are more than, 60% of the GDP of the region, less than 20% of the inter-regional trade, less than 20. And what Nigeria sells to the country, within the region? Petrol, 83%. No food, no industrial. So that's the key area where we need to work together, because the leadership for Nigeria is something very important for us. And Nigeria is not only Nigeria, but the rest, but I am in Nigeria, so I take favor of that to talk to my friend Nuru, but through him, all the private sector and decision makers of Nigeria, the regional integration should be one of the central point of Nigeria, because the channel value on the world, because the trade in the world is moving. The president said to imagine is moving to be the regional one. You are not more at the global world, but the way the world is working is the regional one. So Nigeria should be the lead of this region, working with the other brothers to move forward. Is the key, is very important for us. And as commissioner, one of my first things is to ensure that this is Nigeria is working on that. with us to take the lead, and also the other countries, but also private sector people should be committed to believe in regional integration. I said to believe. I don't think we believe in, because any time there is competition, regional competition, is private sector people will close the door. We go to see the decision makers. You have to close the door. You have to do that. The product coming from this country is not the regional countries. So this is the key we need to address. And last, not the rest, is the informal sector. I think, in particular in West Africa, the result we have in terms of the statistic on the trade is under-evaluated comparing to what is the reality. Because you don't take into account all the small farmers, the small, the women who cross the board, nothing. They are not on the statistic. There is one example we can remind us that it's true. These women, because more than 60% of the internal of cross borders is women. They are not on our tablet. There is no figure on them. Nothing. One example: between Cote d'Ivoire and Guinea, OECD making a study between Cote d'Ivoire and Guinea. The statistic you have comparing to reality is 10 times less. 10 times less than the reality. That means that we are really, trading, but you don't have figure of this trading. You need to work on that. Why you don't have? Because I think I'm the first to abandon, to not tackle well the idea that the informal sector, we need to be imaginative to find a way. How these guys, we find everywhere in Lagos, we fight, to cross the border to Benin City. What do you do for them? Nothing. Please, another message. If you do nothing for them, they will go to the capital and we will fight. We don't have a chance. We will escape and leave them the country. So it's urgent for the youth, for these guys, we need to, and with women at the border, we need to find a way. We have for me, at the member state side, at the Ecowas side, we need to have a concrete measure for these people who are at the ground, who are imaginative, because they find a way, but there is no policy to accompany them. So, to conclude, why our trade is low? Nigeria should take the lead, do this job, because 20 comparing to 60% of the GDP is not acceptable. We need to do that. It's not politically correct, but Nuru, you have to do that. You have to take the lead, Ambassador. Because if you don't do that, you cannot trade. You cannot trade, because the biggest economy of the region are not the region as a target. That's an issue. We need to have a region as a target. It's not only you, Cote d'Ivoire and the rest you do, but you are in Nigeria, so I started by you, and you will send the message for the rest. That's one. Second, private sector. Yes, there is challenges. Yes, there is. They do have the challenges. We are working on it, and the president, I've quoted the obstacle you have. But private sector also should sometimes as an obstacle for the free movement, because they are the one who invite and encourage, incite decision makers to close the door. We see that everywhere within the region. And the last, the youth and the women and the informal sector, we need to find a way. If you find a real way for that, for me, yes, there is a classical obstacle. Road, yes, is the issue. Money, yes, is the issue. What again? Electricity, because if you don't produce, you cannot trade. Yes, all these are the issue. But the willing for private sector and the three things I raised for me, adding to what the President Chambers has said as a real factor, and against the committee of private sector, let's think that integration is the key for you. If you don't think that, nothing will happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dr. Kalilu Sila, for those responses. Certain calls to action. A gauntlet has been thrown to Nigeria in terms of its size in the community and how much more it can do in cooperation with other member states to really promote regional integration and trade. To the private sector, You both are part of the problem by advocating for closure or protecting your own market, but you're also the solution as well. So more can be done by the private sector, and the power really lies with the private sector to really want to trade amongst ECOWAS member states and on the continent as well. But not to also forget the informal sector, very large percentage of our populations. And if we do, as we are working under the leadership of the Commissioner, work towards trying to estimate that volume of trade, we have seen, and as he mentioned in certain examples, situations whereby the actual figure can be up to even 10 times more than what is recorded. So how do we really tap into that potential of the informal sector? A lot of them are micro, small, and medium enterprises, of which the majority are either woman-owned or led businesses and are young. So how can we really tap into that potential and transform that into economic benefit? So many calls of action have been dropped, and we hope maybe in the responses from the audience, we can see how those can be responded to. You've mentioned something, Commissioner, in terms of how member states have to work together. And I want to use that to lead on to Ambassador Njai from the Gambia. We're very pleased to have you on this panel. Thank you for stepping in. Unfortunately, as we all heard, the Secretary General of the AFCFTA, who was expected to be here, had to be called to another engagement, and he sends his excuses. But it was very important that you join us for this conversation, because it will be important to know that how do ECOWAS member states work together? As an ambassador here in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, we are aware that there is a network of ECOWAS ambassadors, and you work on promoting various sectors and topics. So just share with us, how do you really promote that cooperation, and what do you believe can be done to really deepen our regional trade and integration across ECOWAS member states?
Thank you very much, Director. And I would just want to thank the previous speakers. In our traditional settings, when elders meet under the baobab tree, discussing important things, the young ones sit and listen. But for 50 years, those young members of that meeting have been listening, and they feel it's about time that we change the status quo. Today, I'm actually speaking on behalf of all the ambassadors, and to highlight some of the challenges that we're having. For far too long, if you look at all our investment promotion policies, incentives, they're all almost the same. Gambia will say is that it's the most ideal location for investment. Senegal will say the same thing. Sierra Leone will say the same things. And the incentives that we're giving are all the same. That is number one problem. How do we, as ECOWAS citizens, as ECOWAS policymakers, look at ECOWAS as a holistic unity and look at each country, what is a comparative advantage, and we work as a team and move forward. That's very, very important. If not, the competition is going to continue. The protectionism is going to continue. For far too long, ECOWAS, we've had very good policies, very good protocols, very good project proposals. But the problem is implementations of those policies, enforcement of those protocols, making sure that those projects that are given to us are viable and are sustainable and are going to the right people. These are some of the things, as ECOWAS, as we're moving forward, we have to look at those things. How do we make sure that we enforce, we empower some of the policies that are so perfect, but when it comes to implementing, it's a problem. Most of our people most of the example, the people at the border post, they know all about the ECOWAS protocols. They know that it should be, if a good is originating from ECOWAS, it should be let go. But because of certain things, one, maybe because of economic situations, two, because they have gotten instruction from somewhere to say that you have to implement this. So it's a problem. So we have to look at some of the simple things that we are doing and it's affecting us. So for me, really, one of the things that I continue to discuss at the ambassadorial level is that how do we look at those policies and those protocols and implement them? How do we encourage our member states? How do we encourage ECOWAS Commission to educate the people along the borders, the custom officers, the security officers, even the private sector people that my brother is saying that some of them sometimes are the ones that go to the minister and say, okay, listen, I want you to block these goods from coming into my country. They have to understand it's the bigger picture. So we really have to take the bold step. And unfortunately, my brother here said that there's political will. I think the political will there is verbal, but we are not implementing it. The political will must go with the enforcement and the acceptability that ECOWAS is a bloc. We have to let go of some of our nationalistic protection ideals. We have to. And we have to be bold to discuss them. You can see two countries that the people are the same, they eat the same food, they they intermarry, they are actually doing business. But when it comes to trade and regional integrations, once you go to the next level of formalizing it, it becomes a problem. So without it being formal, it's a problem. Then you don't have the scale of economies, then you cannot really move forward. For now, most of the trade, the informal sector, is done through the dirt road into our neighboring countries. There you don't have the custom officers. They continue to trade, and sometimes you have some unscrupulous middlemen that will hike up the prices so that the woman who takes maybe 10 bags of corn from Gambia to Senegal goes through the back door, and then there's a middleman that forces him or her to increase the prices. It's a problem. So we have to really go back to the drawing board. One, we have to let go of some of our protectionism. We have to see ECOWAS as a bloc. Two, we have to look at some of the competitive advantages each of the countries has. Or if two countries have the same competitive advantage, but then there's another competitive advantage you have as a country, let go of the other competitive advantages. So the example, a small country like Gambia benefits. So at the end, ECOWAS benefits. And you mentioned the private sector. The private sector will go to a minister to say that close the border, provided that the minister or the government has not informed them of the policies and why they're doing what they're doing. And two, if the country that they're exporting their goods to also respect the ECOWAS protocols. If they don't, then it's a problem. So we really have to go back and look at the simple things. The informal sector is very unfortunate. I think over 60% of our trade is through the informal sector. Do we record them? Do we know how to monitor the number of goods going in and out? We don't. And if you don't have good statistics, timely statistics, you cannot develop national policies. You cannot develop regional policies. They are always going to be off. We keep saying that 60% of our population are young people. But those 60%, what are they engaging? Minu, the integration by this Gen Z is faster than you guys think. They're integrating to social media. They're integrating to Bitcoins. They're integrating through having access to information and quickly. So it's very, very important we target those young people. And there are solutions, there are ideas that we've seen other places that we can implement. So those are some of the things that I think we should discuss. And personally, at the PRC level, what we are there is to take the voices of our various countries, bring them together, and advise the Commission on some of the things that we felt that we need to advise them. But really, it's an advisory role that we have, and we are more than willing to advise. I have a lot of things to discuss, but I think time is against us. But we will definitely just come back and discuss it. Thank you.
Indeed. Yeah, thank you, Ambassador, for your role and for all the ambassadors here from the ECOWAS member states that have joined us out of their busy schedule. We appreciate that unity. And as you've said, there's good policy, there are protocols, proposals, but now is how to fully implement them. And we must remain as a bloc, not compete with each other, but work in complementarity with each other based on comparative advantages. So thank you very much for that. We only have a few minutes left, so we want to give the audience an opportunity to really contribute to the conversation. Would require you to be very, very brief, just one question. We have another panel session after this, and we want to make sure that we get as many people in. So I'll plead with you one question and say who it is addressed to, and then we'll be able to respond as quickly as possible. So if we can have a roving mic around, then we'll give I'll give the ambassadors in front very quickly, and then we see some others that are here as well. Please, sir.
Merci, monsieur le modérateur. Je pouvais parler en portugais, mais pour gagner du temps, je vais parler en français. Monsieur le modérateur, je commence pour donc saluer les présentateurs, les panélistes, monsieur le ministre, monsieur l'ancien président de la CEDEAO, monsieur le commissaire et chers collègues. Moi, ce que je voulais dire, c'est que effectivement, la CEDEAO a fait un grand pas avec l'adoption de l'accord de libre-commerce dans la région, les TLS. Mais il y a beaucoup de choses qui restent encore à faire. Monsieur le ministre a tout à l'heure mentionné donc, les barrières non tarifaires. Nous tous, nous savons qu'est-ce qui se passe à l'intérieur de la CEDEAO. Le commerce, c'est très, très faible. Le Cap-Vert, mon pays, fait moins d'1% de son commerce avec la CEDEAO. C'est quelque chose qui c'est très grave. Mais ce n'est pas parce que ils veulent pas, nos commerçants ne veulent pas faire le commerce avec la CEDEAO, parce qu'il existe des barrières qu'il faut surtout dépasser. Il y a quelques années, je vais terminer, ne pas m'interrompre, il y a quelques années, un conteneur d'ici du Nigeria pour arriver au Cap-Vert, ça a pris 7 mois. 7 mois. Donc, ce n'est pas facile. Les secteurs privés n'ont pas de temps à perdre. Ils préfèrent acheter ailleurs, en Europe, où il y a les vols low cost, ça coûte parfois moins de 100 €, par exemple de Lisbonne, de Paris à Praia, que pour un vol ici du Nigeria pour aller au Cap-Vert, ça coûte $3,000. Donc c'est quelque chose que c'est pas facile. Donc il faut travailler à ça, il faut rencontrer donc des solutions. Monsieur le commissaire, vous avez une tâche très importante, parce que tous les gouvernements de la région connaissent ces obstacles, mais il faut qu'une organisation comme la CEDEAO puisse impulsionner les mesures pour éliminer les obstacles non tarifaires. C'est grave. C'est grave. Je parle du Cap-Vert avec le Sénégal, les pays les plus proches, mais c'est pratiquement la même chose entre le Nigeria, par exemple, et le Bénin, le Ghana, par exemple, le Togo. Aux obstacles non tarifaires, c'est trop et ça empêche. Je voulais être là. Pour terminer, monsieur modérateur, je voulais être là, mais je vous ai dit, je vais parler en portugais. Vous avez dit non, il n'y a pas la traduction en portugais. Donc, les commerçants informels, même qu'ils parlent portugais et que l'autre parle anglais, ils veulent aussi un intermédiaire qui parle la langue. Si à la CEDEAO, un événement comme ça, on n'a pas l'interprétation du portugais à anglais et vice-versa, c'est un obstacle énorme. Donc, il faut, monsieur le commissaire, penser à ça et prendre des mesures concrètes pour éliminer ces obstacles qui sont énormes et ça représente un préjudice très très fort pour nos pays, nos respectifs pays, nos populations. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Ambassador of Cabo Verde. It was for the delay in the interpretation in Portuguese, which is now available on Channel 3, I understand. So your Portuguese is available now on Channel 3. Apologies for that delay. The time is almost up for this panel, so very, very briefly, we'll have the Ambassador of Côte d'Ivoire, and then I'll have the lady at the back and the lady here, and then we'll have 1 minute of interventions before we close. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Hello. Okay, so let me try with my bad English to save time. I want to share with you experience I've had on my previous life when I was at the Ecowas Commission. We used to have a program to harmonize the policy, national policies on quality. And we send experts in each country to assess how they manage issues of standards, issues of quality, and everything related to quality. And you will be surprised. Many of them didn't have the good standards on that. Why am I talking about this? You may be surprised that many of our countries don't have the right policy for integration, including trade facilitation. When you, that's one part of the second anecdote. I received from Côte d'Ivoire many operators complaining against Nigeria. We cannot go, they took time, they block everything, they don't recognize origin, certificate of origin, and so. And when I went to my good friend of Nigeria, they were saying the same thing, complaining on the same thing on Côte d'Ivoire. So that's why these figures are not moving, despite the issue of informal that was raised by the social. So we need to assess the national policies on trade facilitation and help countries to facilitate it. You will be surprised that even the Minister of Trade, many of the ministers, they don't know really Ecowas rules. I'm sorry to say that. If they don't have opportunity to be to have formation, training for that. So that was I want to stop my contribution on this area.
Thank you, Ambassador. Indeed, we're having frank, open discussions, and thank you for sharing those views. The time is up, but I will allow, we have had no female voices so far. So let me allow the 2 female voices on this session, and then we'll call it a close in a moment. So let's have a female voice back there, please. The hand was up back there, please. Yes. Hello. Can we have a microphone back there? And as we're going to be closing soon, I'll ask the Ambassador of Nigeria to prepare, because the call of action was thrown to him, and he'll have a final word before we close. So, thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde. Bonjour messieurs les panélistes. Moi je suis Dr Saran Keita de la Guinée-Conakry. Je suis la gérante de la coopérative Amigor pour l'autonomisation des femmes. J'ai 2 questions seulement. Ça ne prend pas du temps. Nous avons 50 ans aujourd'hui. La CEDEAO, je veux dire. Nous voulons faire la part des choses. En réalité, nous sommes à la base. À la base. Quand je dis à la base, je suis avec les femmes qui sont dans l'informel. Et l'un des objectifs de la CEDEAO, c'est pour faciliter les échanges commerciaux. Nous pouvons dire qu'on en parle. Ça existe dans la politique de la CEDEAO. Mais en réalité, ce n'est pas appliqué. Il y a les obstacles. Et la CEDEAO est l'institution qui est à la base de encore des difficultés d'échange. Je veux dire quoi? D'abord, la première difficulté, c'est la langue. La CEDEAO ne prend pas les dispositions pour faciliter les échanges, pour former les femmes qui sont à la base. Il ne serait-ce que les échanges seulement commerciaux. Deuxièmement, notre commerce entre nous, sud-sud, c'est difficile. Pourquoi? Parce que le transport est excessivement cher. Donc, nous qui sommes avec les femmes informelles, nous sommes obligés d'aller négocier avec les Occidentaux qui n'aimeront pas nous voir. Mais la CEDEAO, qui est notre institution de tutelle, ne veut rien faire pour nous. C'est pourquoi vous ne pourrez pas avoir les statistiques d'échange entre nous. Parce que des fois, quand on se rend compte que c'est difficile de passer l'autre frontière, on est obligé d'aller ailleurs. Donc, si vous pouvez faciliter cette tâche, ça allait nous aider un peu pour former nos femmes.
Merci beaucoup, madame. Merci. C'est bien noté. Je pense que dans un dernier round, le panéliste doit vous donner une réponse. So the final lady, quickly, just very, very briefly here in the crowd here, the third row. And then we'll give Nigeria the chance to respond. And then a 30-second closeout. We're already 5 minutes over the schedule. And bear with us. Can we have in the third row there? Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I would say I still work with the informal sector too. And I heard from all our panelists great insight. My question is, we do have multiple standards, certifications that we all have to deal with. Why don't we change the narrative like the ambassador said? Instead of go back to the table and have a single entry window ecosystem where we have one certification that we can use, like our sanctuary and phytosanitary one, the SPS, that will be identified across the region, one certificate for that. All our certification should be one. We did that with our free movement, with our passports. Why can't we do that with our certification? Yeah. Our people can't move our goods from Nigeria to Ghana because our product of origin is different. Our ETLS, we have a lot of complaint with our ETLS. Unfortunately, we still need to have more sensitization, more training, but it's still difficult to meet all the compliance. All our criteria are the same across the region. Our farmers carrying yam from Nigeria to Ghana, yam is yam. The criteria is the same. Why do we have to have two different documentation from two different member states for the same kind of certification to move around? The revenue cost is very high. Okay. If we can reduce all of that, it will be great for us. Thank
Wonderful. You. Harmonization, documentation, policy, regulations. Very well noted. Nigeria will give you the floor very briefly, and then 30 seconds each of our panelists just to give your final comments as a summary and in response to any of the comments that have been raised here. If on the front row, I can give the speaker the microphone, the front row right in front of me. Thank you very much.
Kola, I will have wished the private sector participants, the Nigerians, should have been given the opportunity for them to voice out some of their challenges, and the commissioner will have had a first-hand information on the challenges. Well, I don't know where he got his statistics, but we know that the ETLS, which is the biggest tool, the biggest trade facility that the region has to enhance trade in West Africa, is derived, championed, and led by Nigeria. If you look at the number of companies, the number of products, Nigeria has over 10,000 products that are registered under the ETLS scheme. But as I said, I will have allowed the private sector to complain on that. Mine is a little observation, which I felt that, and it will go to the chairman of the task force, Dr. Chambers. We have had a lot of experiences on the challenges of ETLS. Sometimes, or I can say many times, I've had a course of traveling, moving from semi-border to Sekondi, Helekonji border between Benin and Togo, to Afalao border between Togo and Ghana, up to the border between Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana. Now, what we observed, the Lagos-Abidjan corridor, which is the biggest trading corridor in the region, where you will see heavy trucks moving most of the countries in the region, their targets when they have good to export is Nigeria. So perhaps the level of trucks, heavy ones for that matter, that are running through on that route, they pass through some countries that are only transit countries. Only transit. So you can imagine, and some of those products, or I can say most of the products, are already registered under the ETLS scheme, which gave them right for free passages into those countries. And imagine those trucks that are passing, how they are overburdening the infrastructures there. Your Excellency, what incentives will you propose for Ecowas to be provided to those countries that are transit countries where their goods are always passing through? Those goods are not destined to those countries. They only pass through, overstretching their infrastructure. We need to do something on that, because practically we have seen some countries closing borders or imposing taxes on goods that are passing because they felt they're not gaining anything out of it. So we need to do something on that. It's very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Nu of Federal Republic of Nigeria, for that comment. So we have just maybe a few sentences perhaps to conclude and respond to some of this. We cannot resolve issues of 50 years in a 50-minute panel session, so the conversation will continue later on as well. But just in conclusion, allow me to start from the far left. Just a statement to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All I just want to say that let's continue to engage our politicians, our government civil servants, so that we have a direction. We've done a lot, and we can do more, but there need to be more political will from all of us, and then we have to make sure that when a law is passed, we're able to enforce it. And of course, the ladies, we really have to make sure that we listen to you, because you're always on the road, so that we're able to help you so that their integration is further realized. And that's it. The discussion continues. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Minister.
Yes, I would like to implore other countries to follow suit to develop their readiness assessment. Another key advantage is it highlights the potential for trade and investment in a country. And like my colleague from Gambia was saying, if we are able to, let's take Europe for example. Switzerland produces chocolate. Belgium does the same thing. France does the same thing. They all have their comparative advantage. They have a single market to which they either export to one another or import from one another. We should be able to replicate the same here. I realize most of the questions generally focus on at the regional level. But if you have your readiness assessment, you are able to identify your potential that you can use to create jobs, that you can use to create wealth. Please get your countries to do their readiness assessment as soon as possible. Thank you.
Be assessed, get ready.
Yes, to respond directly to the issue raised by Ambassador Nu, we need to set up a solidarity fund. When you are in a process of regional integration and gain and loss are not evenly spread, a solidarity fund can help to compensate those who may be on the wrong end of integration. So I think this is a recommendation that we have actually made to the President of the Commission for consideration. The second issue is, I think, we need to scale up with technology and digitalization to solve some of the problems. There are not multiple certificates of origin. There is a standard one defined by Ecowas, but different countries vary them to suit their own, and that is where the challenge is. I think if we digitalize, and I think we have, for instance, Sigma, which is helping with customs to elaborate on some of these things so that they can, and it's getting interconnectivity. I mean, right now, customs of Nigeria, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, recently Liberia was put on board, and in fact, the next step is Sierra Leone. We're hoping that Sierra Leone that can come on board Sigma. That would help. But also at the frontiers, more digital, the technologies, new technologies can help the scanning of vehicles, so that you don't have to ask people to offload them. It's very burdensome. And then finally, there's a recommendation which I think with ambassadors here, you need to, together with the Commission, work on it, namely the ECOWAS representatives in member states, for heaven's sake, should not turn out in a pure diplomatic mode. They were sent there precisely to ensure the implementation of ECOWAS protocols, tags, particularly to follow up on issues we have been discussing here. So they should be more involved in these ECOWAS-related challenges in member states and help, for instance, set up joint border commissions, committees, so that when there are challenges, they should be working in a very concrete manner to help diffuse it, and not just do perform pure political diplomatic roles.
Thank you, sir. Solidarity, digitalization, and cooperation with the ECOWAS resident offices in member states. And Commissioner.
I think all the issue I've covered. I just want to thank all the organizer and the Lagos state for the opportunity, and also I do have the key question you have, the key I should say the key obstacle we raise, we will handle it. The obstacle of standard is the key issue. Because you know that Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, and Ghana have what you call the VOC, verification of conformity. Even if you have the ETILS, you cannot sell them on those countries without respecting the VOC. So the standard is the key issue. We are working on it to harmonize. We are also this issue of informal trade, what our sisters are raising. We need to address that one. I should say that for now, it's a challenge, but working together with my colleague, Kola, we will overcome this. In French, for my sister for Guinée, and I will finalize. Ma soeur de la Guinée, j'ai entendu que la CEDEAO ne fait rien, vous attendez de la CEDEAO. Il faut être organisé. Vous savez, la volonté politique appartient à ceux qui sont organisés. Si vous n'êtes pas organisé, vous ne pourrez rien, la volonté politique ne va rien faire avec vous. Il faut être organisé. Ça veut dire que les femmes de Guinée, qui font le commerce informel, vous devez mieux vous organiser, parler d'une voix, poser le dialogue en Guinée. Ensuite, vous allez appeler mon collègue, le directeur de la CEDEAO. Quand il va venir dire « je vais aider les femmes de Guinée sur la question du commerce », on va nous montrer 100 associations de femmes. On ne peut rien faire. Donc soyez organisés, le monde appartient à ceux qui vont être organisés. Et si vous l'êtes, vous allez voir que non seulement la CEDEAO sera avec vous, mais nous ferons ensemble beaucoup de changements. Last but not the least, I would like all the participants to thank my colleague Kola
is doing well, and Kola and all the organizers, the Lagos State organizers, I want to applaud them. Thank you for everything. All the mistake, all things you are not working is me, it's not him. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. So I've been Kolawole Shofula. This has been the Ambassador Njai, Minister of Trade from Sierra Leone, Dr. Mohamed Iman Chambers, and Commissioner Kalisula Sila from the ECOWAS Commission. And you have been great, and we'll yield the floor back to our moderator to close out the session.
Can
Thank
we
you so
please
much.
give our excellent panelists an excellent applause? Can I please ask that you rise for a group picture? Thank you very much for speaking so honestly about the challenges we're experiencing, the fact that we need to see ourselves as a bloc and not compartmentalize ourselves, and ensure that we look at the fact that we each have a competitive advantage and use it for the regional bloc. Thank you for speaking so vulnerably, honestly, and passionately about this subject matter. May I please welcome the Acting Director, Private Sector, ECOWAS, Mr. Peter Oloye, to make a presentation. We have gifts to say thank you for making time to speak with us and speak so honestly. Please remain on stage. Please, sir, if you may remain on stage, we have gifts for you. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Peter Oloye, the Acting Director, Private Sector for ECOWAS. While the pictures are going on, I must mention that as you share the content to your various social media platforms, please indulge us by using the hashtag ECOWAS50 to keep the conversation going. It's been a series of events in the past few months celebrating the 50th anniversary of ECOWAS, and we're excited about what the future holds from here on. Thank you so much. Once again, may I please ask that we give them another applause? Thank you. Merci. And can we also give our moderator and our host a fantastic applause? Thank you for doing a great job. At this point, sir, it seems that you might want to collect my job from me, but I will not allow it. Our next session is about accelerating industrialization in West Africa. We're looking at the future of sustainable financing for the ECOWAS integration process. Because we recognize that industrialization is beyond building industries. It's also, looking at the way that sustainable financing can empower West Africa's industries to compete on a global scale. In a few seconds, I will welcome our panelists, but I'll give our dignitaries a few seconds for the greetings and the felicitation. And after that, I'll welcome the panelists for the second session. What I can guarantee you is that right after this, there'll be more time. This is our second and final session for today. And it's going to be equally as packed as the first. Distinguished guests, please join me as I welcome to the stage the President of the Pan-African Manufacturers Association, PAMA, a leading industrialist and special advisor to the President and CEO of the Dangote Group, Mr. Mansour Ahmed, OFR, as he joins us on stage. Can we please give him a round of applause as he joins us on stage for the panel? And just like we did with the first panel, all panelists sit on this way and the moderator sits at my extreme right. Thank you very much, sir. Our next panelist, yes, sir, thank you. The next panelist is the Chief Executive Officer of the Gambian Investment and Export Promotion Agency, and his name is Usaino Senro, and he's represented by Jamie K. Omar, the Industry and Economic Zone Analyst and Head of the Zonal Office and Focal Point of the Trade Promotion Organization of the Gambia. Can we please give him an applause? Thank you very much, sir. We also have with us the CEO of Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Ms. Aisha Rimi, who's represented by the Director, Policy Advocacy Department, NIPC, Mr. Abayomi Salami. A round of applause. Our next panelist is Ambassador Philbert Johnson, who is Director and Representative to ECOWAS and the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. A round of applause for him. And Leading this conversation is the regional migration governance expert and former director of the private sector here at the ECOWAS Commission. A round of applause for Dr. Tony Elumelu. Thank you. All right. After this, we'll take a few questions and then we will bring the event to a close. But please, as I mentioned earlier, the hashtag to use if you'd like to share content on social media is ECOWAS50. Once again, to reiterate that we have the Portuguese interpretation on Channel 3. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Oh, he's speaking as well. Okay. Okay, please go ahead.
Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our panel will take a different tone. There will be a presentation from the EBIT, and that also will lead us to focus discussion on, because when we talk about finance, we need to listen first so that we can take it till. I'm sure that whoever is not inside will be missing quite a lot in terms of finance assessing. So, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to bring forward the representative of the president of the EBIT. Please, vous avez la parole. You'll sit before I... Yes. Like I said, it's not going to take that kind of amount, the first one. We've been talking about ECOWAS at 50. One thing is basic, that the establishment of ECOWAS is because of the human element. Who is trade, do not trade themselves. It is a human being. The critical element in terms of our integration agenda is the people. And ECOWAS was formed because of affiliation across borders. Those sharing contiguous borders are related. If you go to the north in Nigeria, because we're in Nigeria now, they speak the same language with the Nigerians there. Togo and Ghana, the same. Just across board. So our integration agenda is based on the need to reestablish that unity before the division of our borders. So in that case, there's been a lot of bashing on the private sector. And when you talk about human element, it's the private sector. But another thing again is, we say that the private sector is the engine room. But also the engine will need oil. Who provides the oil is the government. If you don't provide the oil, the engine will knock. Let us look at the 50th anniversary. What is the theme? Vision to prosperity. I will advise that we'll stop dreaming. Our founding fathers have dreamt a lot. We need the prosperity. We need action now. We don't want to come back to discuss this again, and we're saying the same thing as if it's a talk show. There's been, the first panel has been very, very serious, and, the kind of discussion that came out from there, they were quite sincere. With sincerity, we will move the place forward. Our focus today is one of the most critical pieces of that vision. How we finance and accelerate industrialization. We face a myriad of needs and constraints in terms of infrastructural gap. Another thing again is the climate change, climate shocks, but also unprecedented pools in terms of private capital. Our main objective in the next 50 minutes, just wear your seatbelt, is to diagnose and prescribe. In fact, we'll prescribe. Before we leave here, we'll talk about what the ideal financing, the architecture, we need to identify them, and the how, the partnership that we need, and the policies, because we're talking about harmonization of policies. To do that, the presentation will be made by our bank. Because it's called Ecowas Bank. So it's our own bank, your own bank. Excellency, to represent the president of EBIT is our brother who has taken a seat already. I'm sure you'll be comfortable sitting down. I want you to listen attentively. His presentation will inform our discussion and how we'll proceed on this matter. So thank you. Vous avez la parole, s'il vous plaît. Merci.
Un Libérien, bien que je suis bilingue, je suis un Libérien et bon, je vais parler en anglais. Bon, sitting back, anyway, my name is McDonough Seguanu. I'm a Liberian. My ambassador is here. I'm the I'm the coordinator of Vice Presidency Operations at the Ecowas Bank for Investment and Development. And the subject matter at bay is very key to us, accelerating industrialization for the integration process. Now, before we go into that, not taking much of the panel's time, we just want to give some stellar facts on the level of industrialization. And I beg your indulgence to just make some few points. Recently, I was in, just yesterday, I was in Abuja at the meeting where we were talking about the ECOWAS exchange rate mechanism, the ERM. Now, that is a mechanism that will lead the community to a single currency in 2027. Now, one of the key things that came up from that meeting was whether we will use nominal exchange rate or we use the real effective exchange rate. Now, if that is much more economic, let us break it down a little bit. The real effective exchange rate is basically looking at several factors that are not just, nominal exchange. Now, when that calculation was done, it was realized that the current account curve was insensitive to the real effective exchange rate. The reason being that we as West Africans, most of what we export to the rest of the world is in crude form. We do not add value to that. And so the structure of our economies do not permit us to calculate that kind of stuff. What I must say, if you have industrialization that is about 6 to 7% of your GDP, a region, and whereas the WASI, which is the West African Common Industrial Policy of ECOWAS, is saying that the target should be by 20% in 2030, you are very low regionally. Industrialization is low, and when industrialization is low, it also affects, employment and other things. So the question is, it will also affect intra-regional trade. We talk about the President, Your Excellency, my respect, talk about 12% intra-regional trade. Now, why do we want to have a single currency when we are not trading with one another? I mean, why? It doesn't make theoretical sense. Let me give you a stellar fact. Europe, for example, before they had a single currency, they had intra-regional trade of around 70%, 77%. It's huge. But if Liberia and if Cabo Verde is not trading with Liberia, why should Cabo Verde and Liberia have the same currency? Would they be sustainable? They all are on the basis of industrialization. Now, let me come down to why I'm here, so as not to waste the time. People have been here. Financing. We talk about sustainable financing. Now, there's a new concept, or there's a concept now called ESG, is environmental, sustainable, and governance. Why do you want your financing to be sustainable? Today, most of our countries are trying to, engage in industrialization or efforts that will not be sustainable. What does it mean, sustainable? Sustainability means that you have an intertemporal budget constraint, meaning you cannot do things that you forget about tomorrow. You have to live today and tomorrow. Let me give you an example. I was in Norway a couple of years back, and I saw the way Norway respects what you call intertemporal budget constraint. Norway is an oil-producing country, and they have a sovereign wealth fund of almost $1 trillion, meaning children who will be born in 2060, 2021 or what have you, will be able to benefit from the oil wealth of Norway. That is what is called sustainability. So you sustain the environment. You also have to take care of the environment. If you are, exploiting it, you have to. That's what it meant by sustainable. Now, what have we been doing over time as EBIT? The bank has been working along with other partners like the European Investment Bank and other things to ensure that whatever development we undertake in the region is sustainable. We have also been undertaking plans to ensure that we increase manufacturing as a share of our gross domestic product in the region. Because if manufacturing remains low as it is, around 6-7% of our GDP, we will be selling the same things we're selling and hoping that one day we have a common currency. Mr. Moderator, I could go more, but let me allow other participants, other panelists to discuss because it's something that is key to my heart and what I feel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope we're not being affected by the lunch, please. Can we give me a rousing round of applause, please? Okay, thank you for the example you cited, but also it's good for us, like the previous panel, they mentioned the non-implementation of science text, which is our problem. You are talking about the hurdles in terms of the transition into the eco money. I'm sure you mentioned that. But also know that in 2020, what year? Just a few years ago, 2023, Ecowas adopted the payment system, the regional payment system, payment and settlement system. But rather than implementing it, we're out talking about PAPs and PAPs. This has been adopted at the highest level. And we did an assessment from the private sector, because I was a director of private sector at the Ecowas Commission. And we found out that you need only 23 million to deploy the infrastructure to ensure that we kick off with the payment system. So it's just because you said, by the way. So I just want to let you know that, by the way, we need 23 million at the Ecowas to be able to implement the payment system, because I'm sure you are supporting the payment system, so that we can solve the problem. When we get to that, the other one, we'll be able to cross it. But following, because I want to be direct with you before I go to the other panel, how can EBIT specifically move from being a financer to a true catalyst to crowd in the massive capital? Because just how can you monster crowd to be a catalyst? And let me simplify it. How can EBIT catalyze more private capital towards projects with high social cost, environmental impact? Because it will be very important for you to answer that.
Okay, so hello. So that's a very good question. In 2021, we drafted our current strategic plan, which will be ending this year. And in that strategic plan, we prioritize effectively the private sector. We said our intervention in the private sector will be 65% of our total intervention. And last year, we did a lot of investment in it. In fact, I was just talking with a couple of people from the Gambia. So our target is we are planning to inject around $1.7 something billion in the economy in the next 5 years. So if you took 65% of that number, you see what I mean. We have been engaging also private actors in the region to support some government projects on a PPP basis, meaning most of the countries in our region today cannot take loan at a commercial rate. Most of the countries. So what do? We have been liaising with banks, which are also the private sector. We have been liaising with banks. We have been encouraging the private sector actors because private sector is an engine of economic growth in any country. My sister from Guinea, who was also talking, we have been also working with women. We try to promote women, because what we do is that we fund SMEs so that the SMEs can then fund these things. We prioritize women in these things because we know that women are fundamental to the economy of any country, especially our African countries. There was a joke when I was coming up. They say when you give a guy maybe $20 over the weekend, he probably walk in the shop and take beer with one or two of his friends. But if you give the same $20 to a lady, she will think about children to buy food. And I came from similar thing. My mom was such a lovely woman who, my dad was a good guy, but if you gave him that $20, he probably take beer. We have other people coming home, but my mom would bring all home. So we know that. So, and the bank is very much interested in promoting private sector initiatives because at the end of the day, it is the private sector that will serve as the engine of growth. My good friend, Commissioner, when he was in the private sector, we worked together a lot, and then he knew our vision, where we want to go as a bank, because at the end of the day, our government, and most of the government, and let me say Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria, the minister talked to, look, we want you to help the private sector. These are ministers who come to us, and then they tell us that lift our private sector up. So we are very much encouraged by this, moderator, that our focus, even though we are a DFI, our focus is to ensure that private sector activity, there is no DFI in this region that has as a strategic band 65% of its intervention in private sector activity, our bank, even though we are a quasi-public institution. So I just would like to.
Thank you very, very much. And I had the women applauding because of his statement, but arguably, it's not static. I want to thank you for the visionary blueprint. But a blueprint needs a supportive ecosystem to become reality. Am I right? And this will lead us to the enablers. And the question will now go to UNIDO, because I'm sure you know you belong to the enablers of industrialization. With so much money, like the mind-boggling 1.7 billion, and that is being paraded by EBIT. I want to ask you this. UNIDO has a global perspective. And looking at the Ecowas region, which pillars are non-negotiable for building an industrial base that is both competitive and inclusive? And again, how do we align climate goals with the urgent need for job creation? So I am talking about job creation and which pillars are not negotiable. So can you just take us through a cost rate?
Yeah, thank you very much, Tony, for the question. And I want to commend you for your very hard efforts in enhancing factor integration within the region. That is movement of people from one place to the other. And that helps in trade. When people are unable to move, they are unable to trade. But with respect to the question that you've asked, I would like to put a few things into perspective first. When Africa was under colonial rule, our share of global trade was 7%. And when we rushed to join the Marrakesh Agreement, the WTO, it had plummeted to 2%. And then with time, it came to 3%. On the continent, manufactured value added is less than 3%. We export, even now that we claim that we want to industrialize, 79% of raw produce. What do we expect? There will be no change. Absolutely no change. And I speak as a community citizen, and I speak my mind. I happen to be an unconventional diplomat who has found himself doing the job that I'm doing now. The issue about infrastructure is key. If you talk about roads, you do not have good roads. We are looking for 15 million for Lagos-Abidjan corridor, and we hear we can offer some 1.7% EBIT. I'm not blaming EBIT. There are so many competing tasks that demand the attention of our resources in this region. And so there is a necessity for us to prioritize. Now, if you export raw materials to some other countries that process them and bring them back to you at higher value, and they make much more money, and you do not think it is an existential problem for you to resolve, when your population is growing exponentially, then I think something is wrong. We have to rethink. Because if we do not deal with these issues such as, one, infrastructure, we do not prioritize and put money where our interest lies, then we are not doing anything at all. And if we should depend on development partners at this time, when there is a great disruption internationally, then we are not moving forward. The rhetorics must stop. The implementation paralysis must end, and we have to act now. Again, the fourth industrial revolution is upon us, whether we like it or not. When people are talking about technology, they are talking about intelligent network of machines and processes. We're talking about our demographic dividends. When a Massey Ferguson 165, I'm talking about an old tractor, can plow an acre per day, how many people would do that job per day? And you expect that labor, the Adam Smith economy, will transform us. And so human capital is also essential. And capacity building of our people is essential. There are other things, quality infrastructure, SPS, we've spoken about SPS, we've talked about TBT here earlier. All these are important standards and producing at competitive levels. But to cap it all, I think we have to be deliberate, and we should realize this issue as a very urgent, essential problem that we have to tackle. We have to ensure that there is linkage between regional policies and national policies. I talked about the paralysis. It should not happen. We have to show goodwill. We have to show leadership in that respect as well. And we have to show coordination. A situation where within the same country, you have conflicting, policies. Conflicting policies, one division against another. A situation where we commit to Ecowas protocols, and then in national legislation, we do not ensure harmonization, would not help us. And so briefly, I have more to say, value addition and so on and so. Briefly, these are some of the things I think we need to look at carefully. Thank you.
Excellency, you said it all. And let me thank you for your kind words on free movement that we both did. and supervised by His Excellency Ibn Chambers, who told me to go by road from Lagos to Senegal, and I made it. He told me to go by road, and I made it, and I came back with a report on free movement issues. And during your own time, the harassment was not as much as this now. So thank you for your impact. Now, having said this, you've enumerated quite a lot. So much, you proffered solution, and that's exactly, it is prescriptive. Thank you, but you also said something that we need implementation. Selective implementation is not good for our region. Once we agree on a course, and that's the only way we can move forward. Harmonize principles, policies, and also look at, but one of the things that we also notice is that when we churn our policies without looking at timelines and roadmap, and the issue in terms of sanction is also a very big problem for us. Then this will lead to, you were talking about the engine. And I'm sure that I mentioned before that the engine is leaking and also they need more. And to talk about this, we've heard about the architecture and the ecosystem from you in terms of the engine room, what needs to be done. With us is a man whose record goes beyond the region and the continent, Engineer Ahmed Mansour, who is the president of the Pan-African Manufacturers Association, whose work, I believe, in terms of industry, you cannot fault. Sir, what are your top expectations from regional policies to stimulate productive investment? And how can SMEs, because that one is at the heart, is the heartbeat, how can the SMEs be better integrated into regional value chains?
Thank you very much, Doc. You know, during the earlier session, two issues were raised. One was whether we need to harmonize qualities of products or even our trade facilitation systems and documentation and so on. And I think what that brings my mind to is that our frameworks, the frameworks we are working on now, seem to be top-down. We sit at AUC level and we think about integrating the whole of Africa, the 54 countries. And we begin to look at frameworks around that and try to put recommendations that will give, presumably, the 54 independent individual nations a model to work with. And it seems to me that perhaps we are being over-ambitious. Perhaps if we go back and start thinking, what can we do to integrate the smaller units? Let's integrate the REX first. Let's make ETLS work. Let's make Ecowas as an integrated economy work. And while we're doing that, perhaps we will be looking at how then can we do the same for East African common market or for Southern African community or even for the North Africans. I believe if we start from that perspective, we are probably going to make more progress than we would. Let me give you an example. When ECOWAS started its movement of people policy, I think it was obviously reasonably more successful than any other region has done. We have made more progress in that regard than other RECs in the continent. Now, the problem is our institutions. Let's take the AUC, let's take the AFCFTA, are focusing from top down. And it's a very complex thing. We have 54 countries. Europe has about, 27 or 26 countries, and it took them 70 years to integrate. So I think we need to be more realistic in our approach. Now, I'm not saying that we should stop trying to integrate at the continental level, but what I'm saying is that our model, our approach should be bottom-up. We create structures that will work from the nations to the RECs and then to the continent. For instance, movement of people and perhaps goods as well. if we say, look, let's focus on getting, as we have done in ECOWAS, let's focus on getting the other regs to develop the movement of people, protocols, to the extent that ECOWAS has done, then what would happen? And if in that context, we also have to look, let that region be a common passport policy, for instance, common visa policy. So instead of looking for 54 visas to go around Africa, you may need only 6 or 7 visas to go around Africa. Because if you get the West African visa, assuming that we agree now, since we have a West African common passport, that if you come into any West African country, you can move within the rest of Africa, West Africa easily. If we do that, we will make the progress much, much faster. That's one. Secondly, in looking at the financing question, because I think that's the key question this panel is supposed to answer. My view is that we have to look at financing from about 3 or 4 perspectives. We have to look at financing from the financing of the development of the region, which means looking at cross-country or regional infrastructure, which means looking at cross-country electricity, for instance, looking at cross-country perhaps telecoms and so on and so forth. If we can focus on that and develop these sectors at regional level and do so in a way that reflects the expectation of AFCFTA, that by doing that you will accelerate trade within the sub-region, then of course it is even more likely that other regions will follow suit, and it makes our work easier to bring the 6 or 7 regions together subsequently. So we do integration by step. Now, with regards to finance, each of these financing perspectives, I talked about development finance, which means creating the necessary infrastructure across the board, creating electricity, pooling electricity as we have tried to do in the past, and so on and so forth. If we do that, then I believe that trade within the region will be much, much bigger than we thought, even if we include the SME trade that we've been talking about. I agree with the gentleman who mentioned that there's a lot of informal trade that is taking place, which does not go into our public record, and therefore we understate the actual intra-African trade. But first of all, why do informal operators prefer to have informal trade? It's not because only they are denied formal structures. It's because the formal structures are constraining them. And for instance, payment systems. If every market woman who takes 10 bags of corn across the border has to be paid through 3 banks or through 2 banks, of course, her trade would not work. So she prefers to get the local currency and come back and change it into her own currency. But again, if we are looking at how to formalize this informal trade, we should not be looking at it from the perspective of public sector intention of formalization. We should look at it from the private sector, from the women themselves. What should we do to them to make them accept payment systems that are more formalized? And we have technology. We can leverage on technology to create payment systems that can be used, even if you don't actually formalize the flow itself. You formalize the transaction payments, and you'll be able then to have a situation where the wallet system can be expanded, or pay and other fintechs can create systems that will work for a region. And I think we have already seen it working in East Africa, in Kenya. I think people are now able to move, to transact across borders much more easily. So there are ways in which I think we can solve the problem within the context of the situation we are in. If we wait for all our central banks to come together and to harmonize all their documentation and all their processes, particularly given that they themselves are dependent on other people to give them funds, we would never achieve that. But if we, like Afro-Exim Bank has tried to do, create systems that take account of our situation, take account of our realities, then I think it is possible to innovate, to provide approaches, to provide systems that will enable us to formalize these things, to make them work within the context of a harmonious development across the region. So there are three. The third element is that the second type of financing we're looking at is the financing of manufacturing. Now, I believe, and I represent the Pan-African Manufacturing Association, I believe that the real reason why intra-African trade is so low is because all of us are not manufacturing much together. And today, 70% of what we consume as human beings are manufactured goods. So if you are not manufacturing, how can you participate in that trade? It just doesn't add up. So the first, therefore, is we must scale up manufacturing in the region, and of course in the continent as a whole. And scaling up means three things. First of all, let me step back a bit. Why would trade increase if you are manufacturing? The real reason is that because when you take one source of one raw material and take it through the manufacturing process, you probably produce a dozen or more different products. And that's what puts choice for people. If you are selling just cocoa, you produce cocoa in Cote d'Ivoire, you produce cocoa in Ghana, you produce cocoa in Nigeria. If you say you are going to trade cocoa within Africa, whose cocoa will you need to trade? I do not need Ghanaian cocoa if I can take basic cocoa from Nigeria. But when you produce chocolate, then I look for brands. Then I have a choice. And because people would like to have choices, that's what improves trade when you are manufacturing. So it's the lack of manufacturing capacity that limits the intra-African trade and perhaps the inter-regional trade as well. But how do we expand manufacturing capacity? Three things must do, and that also brings financing. The first thing is that we must scale up manufacturing itself. Our manufacturing establishments are so tiny, so small in most cases, that in many cases, they do not have the capacity to produce sufficient to go around the whole of Africa in the first instance. Now, if, for instance, we now look at how we can link the various country opportunities together, and say, for instance, Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire produce a lot of cocoa. Nigeria, yes, they produce some process, but we process a lot of cocoa. If we can link up those two, the value chains across the region, then we can scale up production of chocolates and other cocoa products in Nigeria, where we have a lot more manufacturing capacity, and perhaps in South Africa, and maybe in Egypt. And using that, we can scale up production of cocoa products, of cocoa beans and cocoa powder and cocoa butter in those kinds, and that will scale up manufacturing as a whole. But that requires integration of production. What we have been, pushing for many years is that we are thinking of integration of consumption. We should be talking about integration of production. Let's integrate our productive capacities, our productive processes, and add value across regions, and we will be producing products that we can trade in across the region. And if we do that, we obviously will have a lot higher trade within the region than we are having now. But what kind of financing do we require to do that? And that's, I think, what comes to the next level of financing. The first one is development financing. The second level, therefore, is perhaps project financing. How do we get enough financing to enable the cocoa producers to increase cocoa production and the chocolate producers and other product producers in Nigeria to increase its project financing? Now, the last, of course, is operational financing, where the manufacturer needs money to buy product, to buy raw materials, and to process into finished goods. Whether it's a small-scale manufacturer or a large-scale manufacturer, he needs this financing. What we find, of course, is that banks look at these, and clearly the cost of financing at that level is too high, particularly for small, medium enterprises. And the cost, even to the larger manufacturing establishments, also is not competitive if you are to compare with things that can be imported. So we need to look at these three stages of financing and analyze how best can we improve both the availability of finance, access, the cost of finance, the interest rate, and of course, the payment system itself. Now, I started by talking about the payment system because that's where we are already seeing some improvement. The PAP system, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement Systems introduced by Afro-Exim Bank has already started making, I think, showing results. And I think we need to focus and concentrate and raise that instead of waiting for our central banks to harmonize and to become one West African central bank. But this first of all, for development financing, we really need to increase availability of high capital. And I think that is where EBID and the West African Development Bank and other institutions, regional institutions that are producing capital financing, development financing, must be geared, must be significantly scaled up to be able to produce that kind of financing. If we're going to develop corridors like the Lagos-Abidjan corridor, clearly we need huge financing. And it cannot be financing obtained from commercial banks. I think the gentleman from EBID talked about, for instance, PPPs. But PPPs really have to be seen from the perspective of the commercially viable kind of projects. Because if it's not commercial, banks will not provide the private sector the money they need. So perhaps what we must expect is that our governments and our financial institutions, both the regional and continental, must really focus on significant increase of funding to be able to generate the finance necessary for effective development. But on the other hand, the project financing, basically, again, what I have suggested is obviously we need to be more innovative. Obviously, there is issues of, what do you call it, not interest rate, issue of risk mitigation, although I believe personally that African risks are often overemphasized, overextended. I believe that if a real assessment is made, the risk for, particularly even for small and medium enterprises, the risk is much lower than is estimated. Again, I think our banks must be more innovative, and they must work with the technology people to find ways of easing finance for both small, medium, and large enterprises to be able to generate the development that we need. My feeling, I think His Excellency Ibn Ahmed said that it will take us 10, 20 years, no, 15 to 20 years to get to where Europe is. I think we don't have that much time. And I believe we can do it in much less time because today we have technology we can leverage on that they didn't have earlier on. Europe took about, 60, 70 years to reach the level of integration that we talked about earlier. I believe Nigeria, West Africa at least, can achieve the same level of integration within 10 years if indeed we are innovative, if we are focusing on the needs of the economy, if we are realistic about what we need to do at Dr. Spizu. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I allowed that time because apart from being the president of PMAN and the region, he's a special advisor to Dangote. You know why I'm saying this? If somebody who have seen it all and is making progress, there are things that we need to learn, and thank you for taking us to a course of, even we started with integration, and you re-emphasize that we should at least guide our integration first, and that's quite clear. The continental text, and I'll tell you this, the free movement text at the region draws aspiration from ECOWAS free movement, and I'll tell you 90%, because we're part of it, 90% of the document is an extract of ECOWAS free movement. So it's just implementation. Thank you, because they said you are the engine room, and you've given the bank again what the engine requires to be maintained. And you talk about infrastructure, which is very basis. But I think again that and I just keep saying it, ECOWAS has a payment system that is backed up by Supplementary Act. And I've also mentioned that will require 23. The cost has been done, 23 million to put it in place. So why are we not? And this is backed up by law, adopted at the highest level. What are we doing? So I think we should take note of that one. And that's exactly, we're selling the dummy to the EBIT, and they've agreed. But while you were talking, the delegate from the EBIT said he needs to clarify something. And I'm giving him just 1 minute to clarify that one, because we need to yield the floor to others, please.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I very admire your points, but I just want to bring into perspective something on the interest rate and the level of capital that maybe banks can propose. As you know, since you are somebody in finance, the interest rate we charge, maybe private sector actors, are conditioned on the fact that we operate in a zone that is deemed risky, very risky. Let me clarify something. For example, today, EBIT stands to lose $230 million in Mali. So when rating agencies come, the interest rate they will give us is higher, not because of what Tony Bar we are doing at the bank. It's because of the region we operate in. And of course, we are also being financing cross-border infrastructure. Recently, we are part of the syndicate that is financing the Kano Maradi railway here in Nigeria. We are also in a syndication to finance the Lagos, what do you call the place? Lagos Calabar Highway. We prioritize cross-border projects that have integration aspect about them. That has been what we have been doing primarily. We have been involved in them, and this is what we have been doing primarily. The issue we have is that we do not have a lot of money. We do not have a lot of money because we are not well endowed. We have a very small balance sheet compared to maybe BWAD. You talk about the West African Development Bank, which has about 8 countries. They have more financing than us because member countries have not been paying their capital subscription regularly. Apart from Nigeria, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and a few current countries, most of the other countries, including my country, Liberia, owe the bank. So the bank will not be as robust to intervene. However, we have been doing our best. I just wanted to bring that precision.
Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to, for the last 2 speakers, I'm going to, the same question for 2 of them. And the reason is that they belong to the Regional Investment Promotion Agency, and it's called Ecowas. Incidentally, the chair is here in Nigeria, ably represented by Abayomi. One thing again that is common is that they've been able to rejig the charter to be able to address most of these issues you are discussing. So I want to ask Senghor first. Sava? I just want to ask, what are your... Let me just make it easy. You are the front lines of attracting investment. It's you. You are the box stoppers. You start it, and there's a connect within the region. What will you advise government to prioritize on? One single actionable policy reform to be able to effectively pursue your investment drive across the region. And what kind of policy to propel industrialization too? Some of them have been mentioned by Engineer Mansour. But what will it be? And again, what is the biggest obstacle? Because you wouldn't ask, what you want to do without talking about the challenges that you envisage. Because you have the policymakers here, you have those who will assist you in making sure that you create an enabling environment for us to bring in investment. So, vous avez le parole, s'il vous plaît, mon frère.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tony. I hope everyone is hearing me very clearly. First, I must say that I bring you warm greetings and felicitations from the Republic of the Gambia. I'm sitting here on behalf of my CEO, Mr. Hussein Usek Senghor, who has equally got a very important task by the presidency, and he has delegated me to represent on his behalf. Thank you for such an important question. The Gambia Investment and Export Promotion Agency is an act of parliament of the Republic of the Gambia that is given on 4 different mandates. 1 is to attract investment. 2, develop businesses and support trade and exports. 3 is to support industrialization and establishment of special economic zones. And 4, advocacy of conducive business environment for businesses. Your question is what? The position of government in terms of supporting businesses within the regions. The Gambia from 2016, having known that we were in a different establishment, different environment from the past 20 years. From 2017 to now, we are in a democratic environment. We have acknowledged that independence of private sector is key. And the current government, under the leadership of His Excellency Adam Barrow, have supported my agency, having given a national pledge recently that 2.0% of the national GDP should be directed to supporting industries. And as an agency responsible for the development of industry and economic zones, we have seen that this is very important. And the Gambia, the close country to Gambia is Senegal. We study Senegal very carefully, and as they studied us as well, we have seen that the most important neighbor for us to grow our economy is to get into Senegal, have a bilateral meeting with them, and see how best we can collaborate. We were there some time ago, and we have seen the best way to support the Gambian industries is to establish a joint economic zone in the border towns. And currently, the Gambia government, through my agency, in the past, we were not having a regional office. And having known that if you want to represent the entire country, you should not only sit in the capital to know exactly what happened in the other end of the country. Currently, with the support of the government, of the leadership of the country, we have established a regional office in a major border town called Farafenye, where I myself was picked to head that office, to make sure that our trade between the Gambia and Senegal, by extension to the corridor, because we have seen that that road, that corridor, connects Lagos and Dakar. It is one of the most important roads in our country. Right now, most of the things have been said here by my seniors, that the challenges when it comes to addressing cross-border traders, more affecting is women. Currently, we are working with more women that do buy goods from Mali, from the other part. I have Gambians here who know Senoba, from the northern part of Senegal, entering in the country. They are having challenges, but as part of our mandate, we are responding as to what is required from us. In the other side of Senegal, in the other side of the border, because we know that the Gambia is a buffer inside Senegal. We are too small. So it's just less than even 30 minutes drive, you are in the other side of the border. So what we do strategically, we engage the custom officers because they need to be engaged. We are the economic drivers, they are tax collectors. They need to be we need to collaborate with them, and that we have already started, because we know that industrialization cannot be a success if you make it a one-size-fits-all. It has to be a joint stakeholder collaboration. So the customs, the immigration department, and the national security, all under my leadership, have been establishing a committee, calling a trade facilitation committee, for us to understand exactly what needs to be done and required by us. Having known that we are too small inside a big brother, we need to understand the tariffs, the values that moves from Senegal to the other side of Senegal, or moving all the way to West Africa. When it comes to policy, very important. The Gambia Investment and Export Promotion Agency is there to advocate good policies for environment, but we are under a ministry, the Ministry of Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment. They are our reporting line. What we do, we consult with them to make sure we are your implementing agency. We are on the grassroots. We know what the people are feeling. So we do call stakeholder engagements for us to give them information and come with policy decisions that will drive based on realities. Currently, having created a new department that is called Industry and Special Economic Zones, we are currently working with the Industry and Investment Directorate of the Ministry of Trade in the Gambia to make sure that we review on policies that have left the reality or have not seen the reality then, for us to catch up based on what needs to be done. So making sure that the government through the ministry will help the cabinet informing that this is what I brought before the executive, and this is what I want you to help me in making sure that we have a direct policy. In the Gambia, we all know that certain documents need a parliament support. We also have certain committees responsible in various sectors at the parliament level. Those ones also, we engage them because we need support. If the parliament if the executive have given the support, the parliament have given the support. Now what needs to be done is to make sure that it passes to become a law and we move forward. So at the level of policy, we are moving on slowly but slowly, making sure that these challenges that may later become opportunities needs to be addressed quickly as soon as possible. We all know that challenges is everywhere. But in this case, we are too small and we need to study others as well. For myself, I was in another country for some time ago, studying on best practices, what needs to be done when it comes to their policies on investment and trade and exports. Having been in that country for some time, I went back, wrote a position paper, currently is at the cabinet, and we believe that it will be supported for us to support our industries. Because the Gambia, we are not producing much, but we are receiving much. And that is not good for our local currency. The only way to address that is to support industrialization and also to allow transiting of goods. Because when you look at the Gambia, it's strategically located. It can serve, some time ago I read the history while the British were following only the water body for Gambia. It is easy to service the region, particularly the landlocked countries. And that one, for those that knows Gambia too much, have seen that countries like Mali and others have been using our port, and we have been registering good volumes. So in short, the policy and priorities when it comes to Gambia government is to support private sector and PPP infrastructure. And when it comes to structuring of our deals, we are very much committed in looking at what we put on these things. My agency, under the leadership of my CEO, Usainu Senghor, is at the center as a ranking member of those strategic PPEs. So I think if I have responded to your message, thank you so much.
It's quite clear. I'm going to ask one single policy, that's support industrialization, and the solution in terms of challenges. You've proffered that one, engagement. And I thank you, engagement of stakeholders. That's very fine, thank you. Then we still have the okay. I-Powers, chair of the I-Powers, just in a nutshell, what do you expect and the challenges in just a few minutes? I know you can do it.
Okay, because of our time, like my colleague said, I'm representing my CEO, Mr. Sharimi, of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, that happens to be the president of the Investment Promotion Agency of West African States. So let me start by saying that a lot has been said before. When it comes to challenges, we are talking about the infrastructure deficit. At least it has been stated that West Africa needs an average of $5.2 billion per annum to catch up with what is needed. Nigeria needs over 3 trillion in the next 30 years. So all has been said, particularly by the engineer Monso. So I won't want to lay too much emphasis on that. Then there is limited access to finance, policy inconsistency and regulatory bottleneck, and shallow industrial base by the locals, and insecurity and political instability. Those are the major challenges that are very, very notable. But we have to appreciate something. I will just consolidate on what Engineer Monso and other speakers have said. There is need for intentional and deliberate approach by the leadership of the West African or African countries. Because we have robust policies in place. Everything is already, it's just an intentional. Just to be deliberate and be intentional and say, we want to just move forward. So once that one is done, everything will be put in place. Then in addition to that, there is need to ensure that the system is beneficial to the locals. That is, ensure that there is inclusive participation in the industrialization of the environment. That is, what am I trying to say in this? In terms of ensuring that you introduce local content, ensuring that you involve the locals, the small and medium-scale entrepreneurs, developing them, building their capacity. Then in addition to that, I think Engineer Monson said something. I've been representing the Dangote and the large local companies that we are seeing. There is need for linkage, business linkages between the small, medium entrepreneurs as well as the multinationals and large local companies, so as to make this investment to even be beneficial and the benefit and to be localized. Then there is need to even encourage Africans, West Africans, to invest more in the environment. There is need for deliberate action on that. Well, experience has shown us at NIPC that nobody will come and develop Nigeria. Nobody will come and develop West Africa. Nobody will come and develop Africa. We need to encourage our local entrepreneurs by supporting them and ensuring that they come and add value, so that the cost of doing business will be streamlined, the business environment can be improved. The government needs to provide all this while encouraging the local entrepreneurs, the private sector to add value. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's very imperative that we ask the audience, even if it's 2-2, 2 from the right and 2 from the left. If you have an intervention, direct. What is apple? Apple is what we eat. That is all. Please, can we get... Yes, Madam, it's very important. Then after you, His Excellency. Madam Luluk. Where is Mike? And for information, she's after 0001. I was thinking you will clap. After 0001.
Mrs. Ezenwa, otherwise known as AFCFTA 0001. Because I was the first to export under AFCFTA, having received their first certificate of origin. My intervention goes thus, because I'm a manufacturer, and I listened to Dr. Mansour talk about ways and means of industrializing Africa. I must tell you that manufacturing in Nigeria is war. It's a war zone, especially for an SME. I don't know how EBIT or what they have done for SMEs, because I've been in this manufacturing space for 40 years, and I cannot see the end of torture in sight, especially some of us who have issues with infrastructure. So please, we have very experienced panelists. They should prefer some solution for some of us who are small Dangotes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Excellency, you have the floor. I think that will be the last. 1-1, and that's it. So that we can close. Oh, Excellency, too. No, what is Excellency? I mean, it does not affect you. Okay.
Mine is to my brother from Gambia. You know, he mentioned about PPP, which is a public-private partnership. Indeed, it is a very good concept. But then there are underlying factors. The aspects of political interference, lack of transparency in bidding processes, corruption, and so on and so forth. Now, from your perspective in Gambia, what are the strategies to mitigate some of these challenges when it comes to public-private partnership? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The mic to His Excellency, Ambassador Nuhu. And that will be the last. Somebody there again?
Thank you for the opportunity.
Where's the lady? Sorry. Okay, sorry.
I have an observatory question to make to Evit also, but because of time, I'll not do it. I'll just ask a simple question or an appeal, I can say a passionate appeal. About 3 years or 4 years back, I invited the president of Evit here in Lagos during the annual general meeting of MAN Export Group for him to make a presentation to enable the members know the facilities that EBIT put in place for our citizens of the community to benefit. Now, going forward, I felt it is time for EBIT to come up with a small window that our SMEs can also benefit, because you are always targeting the bigger manufacturers, but the SMEs need to have a facility that they should also be utilizing. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. And then for the lady down there, with a parole, simply. Une minute, s'il vous plaît.
D'accord. Bonjour tout le monde, et bonjour aux panélistes, et merci pour votre excellent exposé. Je me nomme Madame Top, je suis sénégalaise. Je suis dans la transformation laitière et dans la transformation des produits locaux 100% naturels. Maintenant, en ce qui nous concerne, pour l'exportation de nos produits, vu que nous avons des produits qui sont des denrées périssables, c'est très difficile de faire l'exportation au niveau de nos frontières. Il y a aussi le problème du packaging qui se pose à notre niveau. Ma question est de savoir qu'est-ce que la CEDEAO et qu'est-ce que la Banque africaine de développement sont prêts à faire pour nous appuyer sur ce domaine. Je vous remercie.
Merci, madame. That's perfect, straight, and it's very important. So, at this level, we'll give each of just those who ought to respond. They should respond just 1 minute, so that we'll have dignitaries here who need to go. Sengo, can you just answer the first one?
Thank you.
Just direct, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question, sir. Challenges are everywhere, and especially when it comes to government operations. PPP is a very big platform which opens pub tender for the big players and medium players. But in short, what I will say to mitigate is transparency and openness. This is the shortest answer I can give you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Then the bank.
Merci, Madame Marcel de Sénégal. Bon, la banque appuie toujours le PME et tous les petites entreprises dans la sous-région. On est beaucoup engagé au Sénégal et on est beaucoup engagé là-bas. Qu'est-ce que la BIDC fait, par exemple, pour soutenir les, comment on appelle, le PME? C'est de soutenir les banques commerciales. C'est-à-dire que, comme tenu le fait que, comment on appelle, les petites entreprises ne peuvent pas prendre les prêts de 10 millions, 20 millions comme ça, on soutient les banques locales. Et eux prêtent aussi à, comment on appelle, les petits là. Par rapport à l'exportation de leurs biens, on a travaillé avec quelques promoteurs dans la sous-région, au Bénin, au Togo, pour faire. Mais le jour que vous avez des problèmes, je suis, comme j'ai dit, je suis le coordinateur vice-président de la banque. Vous pouvez, je vais vous donner ma carte pour pouvoir voir comment on peut vous aider. D'accord? Let me come to the question of, the question of supporting SME, small businesses in Nigeria. EBE has, if you look at our portfolio today, we have one of the biggest engagement in the financial sector, exposure in the financial sector in Nigeria. So what do we do in Nigeria is that we give financing to the banks. We have dealt with almost all of the banks here. BEWA, there's a bank here, Bank of Industry. We gave a special facility to Bank of Industry in that regard a couple of years ago to give to these small enterprises. The reason is that we do not lend below a certain threshold. So we give the money to the financial sector. Most of our engagement with the financial sector is to help the SME because we know that these are businesses that can, help people in that regard. Ambassador, I'm sorry if the president did not honor your invitation. President of banks are very, but they are very busy people. He was here, and we will think about that. I mean, maybe the fact of the matter is that we could probably have a window that will mainly just deal directly with SME, but it's a lot of work. One thing I would like to say, Mr. Moderator, is that one thing I noticed about borrowers in our sub-region, they do not like to pay. I mean, they do not like to pay. Somebody will be making a business, even if the business is doing well, they will. So as a risk mitigant strategy, we go through commercial banks, so we all share the risks. It doesn't mean that one will treat with, and so that's why sometimes when the Dangotes of the world come to us, we're happy. We want to go there because in fact, we had a problem one time where we say one-man business. They said, but suppose a Dangote comes. So if you have credibility issue, we also have problem, So, madam, our bank, we gave money to all of these banks. So from this conference now, what I want to do is probably we'll have a roadshow where we'll meet with all of the chambers of commerce and tell them where we are giving money to these people, so that you can be aware that we're doing that thing. But we are really, really engaged in Nigeria in terms of supporting commercial banks who then give loan to the bank. The Bank of Industry is one of the principal beneficiaries of our facilities. So we are working here. It may not be to a larger extent, but we are working here very aggressively. But I will take your concern into consideration, and then we can have a special window where we can take your concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've spoken. I just need one word from the panelists. One, just one. I didn't say sentence. You have spoken. You need to please, what will you tell our citizens? What would be your advice?
I think industrialization is a responsibility of